that he puts in all that time and all that effort, and it's like it's the same logic, right? It's the same logic behind the supporting Warframe. It's the same logic behind the support of the new game Soulframe. The money has to come from somewhere.
Yep.
So you end up making these concessions, and it's like certainly some are better than others, but it's like you can't say things and expect people to not make sense with words and ask you, are you brain broken? That's not how those words work. You can't say Star Citizen is bad because it's going to be in forever development and then look over at a game that has in-shitified itself and then in-goodified itself because they finally delivered on the promises that they were making with No Man's Sky and be like, man, I don't want to play that trash. And it's like, excuse you? Trash? Same thing with Path of Exile. Same thing with Path of Exile 2. Even if you don't necessarily like the directions the games are going, like, the amount of joy that comes on when we all say, hi, Mark, hi, John, because they happen to be the dude dads, because Chris Wilson's off on a new side quest, running his own game company, and also occasionally tuning in with a lot of opinions that he has about the game industry, because he was those three together, and a bunch of other people, were the original founders that made this little thing possible, and now all they have to do is just keep developing the game to the point where people who play the game then become developers in the actual company, and they continue to talk to the players and actually develop the game side by side with them by knowing what's good and what's bad that they know ball. Meanwhile, look over at League of Legends. What's that, freak? Players are dog shit and they shouldn't deserve to have rights? Yeah, that's right, buddy. You go ahead and keep projecting that about the player base. How's the new patches for items coming along, buddy? Like, it's like you can't do these things. Something has to break. Something has to give at some point. And a lot of that attitude from the modern consumption audience, the ones that we would call tourists, they don't understand that cost because it's not a cost to them. They just float around on twist your wins. When they get bored, they change games, and they change entire communities when they do so. And it's like, I don't like what's happening over here in Call of Duty. I'm going to go play Path of Exile. Path of Exile looks cooked. I'm going to go play Marvel Rivals. And I don't like the fact that I'm getting 2 hours of the same retards in my queue. I'm going to go play League of Legends Ranked. Excuse me, why am I playing League of Legends Ranked? I'm going to go play this other video game. And they jump away from these consequences of these problems that are natural. And instead of letting them follow through their course and just sticking the course, it's the case that whenever they have a problem, they bounce around and they say, it's not me, it's the people playing the game. When in fact, in many of the cases, it's usually them and their attitude and their unwillingness to adapt.
That's why, actually, speaking of, like, competitive game, that I think, like, they're actually listening to the community, but also, like, trying to, like, do their own thing at the same time is fucking Overwatch of all games. Its most recent the Reign of Talon like relaunch. I say relaunch, not really. Basically the revamping where they decided, fuck it, we're gonna actually move the story along because like it's so stagnant. That they redefine the roles. So like for instance, like you're not just a tank, there's different types of tanks in the game, and they all have like their own like little class passive, where DPS, like for instance, flanker is not exactly the same as specialist, and specialist isn't the same as sharpshooter, because like the problem comes down to when it comes to Overwatch is like, oh, these characters have a specific like role rather than like they're just a DPS. You know, like you can't act like they're all the same.
Yeah, they have the connotation of being put together the same way that other games treat the classes. So it's like Marvel Rivals and how they do things. Certainly they don't have class benefits and passives, but it's like what they tried to do with Deadpool, changing him into 3 different characters with 3 different loadouts that have 3 different effects. You're trying to differentiate these things in such a way that you aren't just slapping characters in the face on the field until they finally get enough character damage points to then use their ultimate. And then team fights around objectives are based on dumping your abilities on top of each other instead of strategic use of those abilities at a certain period of time, without or with, preferably without, the manipulation of EOM tactics. Because you shouldn't have to have a system under the game that is trying to dictate when and how you can be able to properly engage with the content, because that directly affects your ability to actually get better at the game. How can you be able to learn the baseline of how to properly play and work aside all of these other people that you're along with, when really your ability to do that is dictated on whether or not that person is actually engaged in the process? And then when you do all that shit, then you have this person being held hostage by the fact that if they're not engaging in this particular way, where they're able to be engaged in that content, that they then suffer the ultimate consequence from doing so, which is that they end up just completely being out of timber and off tempo, and everything happens in such a way that they're completely fucking lost. They don't have a ideal. Oh wow, my game has crashed. Why did my game crash? Let's send a fucking ticket and then try to open Wizard of Legend 2 again. It's the case that they end up having an experience where it's like they can't understand the baseline of how to get better at the video game because the video game is constantly shifting and changing. And it's not like the meta has shifted. It's a new patch. Things that were good last season have now shifted towards something this season. In this season, for example, in Exile 1, to use this as a comparative basis, rather than the kind of experience that you would have inside of League of Legends where it's like, oh, this is a season where all assassins are good, it's instead the case that, oh, they've updated a character that otherwise would be considered not great to play at all times, that now is actually decent to play. Let's try that character class, and that character class is the character class of the Templar. Almost 2 out of 3 of his basic fields, if not all 3 of his subclasses for his ascendancies, have been updated, and they are going to get access to new spells and new effects and new abilities that's going to make the class infinitely and easily better. But at the same time, not only can their class abuse it, other classes have been given updates and similar buffs as well, and now everybody has the ability to play in a certain way that it's benefited from these changes. Whereas in a season of opportunity, a shift changes not because of the way that you can now fit things together, but instead the fact that the way a person is playing the video game is instead the case that, oh, you created a new system of items and a new tier and suite of items to integrate into the new season. Like the era of League of Legends where it was all about the mythic item. The mythic item locked you out of the other items that you could build, and you had to play around the other legendary effects that you were allowed to have. Basically completely mandating that certain things had to exist. Basically in top lane, for example, the season of the Divine Sunder, you have to play with this fucking item that operates as Spellblade, but not Spellblade, but it is Spellblade. And if you don't have that item, oh, I guess you don't get to do damage to this particular character, even though the Jax mashup, the Jax mashup in the lane and matchup that you could face in the lane is infinitely easier in that era of League. In this era of League, they completely changed Jax's W from a stoppable attack to an unstoppable attack, which completely changes the dynamic of the windup of a certain lane. Because let's say, going back to that example you used over in the other server, if I have a character that has the ability to basically put you in a state of 3 seconds of uncounterable and untenacity applicable crowd control, which is basically effects like sleep and airborne. If I put you in the state of airborne using a character like Rek'Sai to knock you up every time it comes off cooldown to basically get a free trade of damage and then I E away from you from this full trade, he, in the old version of that patch, because he doesn't have an unstoppable W, cannot trade you back. He gets no damage. He has a 0 net trade value, which means he always loses. In the new patch, because of the unstoppable effect, he actually can trade back. So now he doesn't full lose. So now he can actually make it so that if he could lose 25% of his life for free, but now it's like he loses 25% of his life, but he can always net trade back 15, and if he starts maxing W, it goes from 15 to 35. What's a net trade for you actually becomes a net trade for him. So now it's a net loss for you, and it changes the dynamic of the matchup. And if it's the fact that you start reducing the stun time, let's say he builds Merc Treads, if he reduces the stun time of Merc Treads by gaining some tenacity, it now completely tilts the lane in his favor. So now on his timing, whenever he has the opportunity to free trade you and do so without losing much or anything, or he's willing to zone you out of the lane from XP so that he has XP experience lead, you will completely be shuttered. No counterplay. That kind of gameplay changes the dynamic of how you look at value. So now it changes the matchup that he faces. Maybe he no longer faces the Rek'Sai matchup. Now he wants to face things like Aatrox. And it's the case that if he's in the Aatrox matchup, Aatrox wants to space him so that he can use his 3 Qs as a way to basically punish him because he has literally nothing but knockups in his kit. He's got a pull that acts as a knockup that pulls them airborne. He's got 3 forms of Q that all have their own sweet spot that create a knockup effect. He has an E that allows him not only to change the area of the dash, but to also space away from people. His auto attack will give him lifesteal if he's able to hit it while it's up on his kit, and his ultimate has the ability to increase all healing in his kit. So if he has enough survivability to be able to tank you out, and he can outplay the Counter-Strike, what is Jax gonna do? Nothing. He can Q away on a minion and run. And what happens if it's the case that he can't run away fast enough from Atrox? He's taking a full trade. How many full trades can he take before he ends up getting pressured to his tower? How many times can he do it before the jungler and the top laner and maybe the mid laner or the jungler with the support, when they roam out of lane on a reset, are able to just walk to the top of the map and kill you every 2 minutes and 35 seconds? Especially if you don't have ultimate. Or, worse, flash. So for 5 minutes you get raped and abused because you have no counterplay? Sounds like the kind of shit that happens in Deadlocked. And that's the entire philosophy of how that game's balanced. Moving it back to the state of ARPGs, if it's the case that in this patch cycle, they're changing how the endgame works, which is what they are doing, and they made a lot of changes, too many to actually go over for a conversation without looking at the patch notes in my hand, it's the case that if the game changes the philosophy where, oh, last patch, attack-based skills and attack-based builds were top tier, but now bow-based bleed builds that are dot-based and spell builds around the new holy skills are going to be all the rage, and anything that can build off of strength and intelligence is going to be able to completely profit off this. And minion builds that can proc this new effect that can only be procced by a spellcaster while playing minions is in play. It's the fact that you can actually make a very powerful build with little to no investment. You don't have to sit in the marketplace for 20 hours trying to find perfect, pitch-perfect, pattern-perfect build equipment. You can just pick up ground loot and just make it to the end game and then start farming inside of maps, and your build's off to the wacky races with only 4 hours of investment instead of 300 hours of investment for the purposes of putting a build together, so you can sell your build being completely ass-blasted broken. That kind of mentality is not something people think about because they live in the world of playing things like COD. But even then, COD also has similar effects. Like, if there was a patch where the old version of Commando and the old version of Scavenger were still the same from original Modern Warfare 2, it was the case that you basically get to have an effective lunge dash that lets you auto somebody with quick reflexes, and you also get the ability with Scavenger to not only get ammunition off of people's deaths, but you can pick their gun up and use the ammunition left in their gun. And you can then also have the effect of using the all of the upgraded perk trees that come with farming for the ability to access them, that you have a level of power that other players can't have because they have to farm the kills to get there. You're creating an entire class of have and have-nots that are now being punished by the way that you balance this video game. And that entire system is the reason why fucking Battle Royales exist, and why extraction shooters started following a pattern of the Battle Royales, where you start with nothing, and you have to build your account value up by getting value, extracting it out, and using it. It's actually really interesting, but it's also really annoying. People don't consider it that way, because it's like, bro, I'm just going to get on the game, and I'm just going to play for a few hours. And they never consider it because they're not actually engaging with that part of the process. But they have all these things to say when they start talking about what was nerfed and what was buffed. It's just, it doesn't click. It doesn't click. Alright. Get my controller working. Controller.
Yay.
Controller.
I don't have enough gold. Fuck.
There we go.
Yeah, I'll heal. Because I figured that we were playing,
Multiplayer, yes.
I'm like, okay, let's go through, like, the tutorial first run.
I think
sort of thing. I have played, roguelikes before. One of my favorites is, Risk of Rain. Ooh.
Yes. I keep being told that Risk of Rain is going through a moment where it's, like, not very good, but people never really tell me if that's the truth or not. So it's always confusing as hell.
So it's specifically the patch, or not the patch, the DLC that Gearbox first released was like really bad, and they had fixed it finally.
Okay.
And now it's like actually at a decent like thing, I guess one might say. It basically it's really good. like right now. It's at a like very perfect like state.
Okay. I
Um,
just know that I'm behind on the DLC because I had the game on my Steam, or excuse me, not my Steam, my Nintendo Switch, but it's not updated to the version that they have. I know there's been like another DLC patch that they released, but I never played it on PC, so it's like
um,
I'm entirely behind.
so the newest DLC is actually really good. I was just very skeptical because like because of my first instance of it with Gearbox was not the greatest, one might say, because
Yeah.
of like what they released before.
Yeah.
It was not good whatsoever.
I know that
Um,
I remember being told this because I know that Wooly, who is now a player of our games in Exile and Exile 2, he's from that player base community. And apparently,
yes.
whatever patch happened before the last patch was so bad that it made him quit and come over here.
He's always played Path of Exile. He just never really made content on it.
Well, he's whatever pissed him off during the time of Dawn of the Huntress made him switch over to this game full time, and now he's doing it full time. Well, at least I
Mhm.
should say more active than he was before, to the point that he's making build guides.
Yeah. Uh, Basically, bugs upon bugs. The characters were really, really just bad. They were just bad. I don't know how else to explain it. Um, so big example. Um, they released a new character called the. They released the new character called the Seeker. She did not have a really cohesive kit that was involved with Risk of Rain as a whole.
Mm-hmm.
It just was not good. They updated her kit, and now she has like a new ult that you can use. That's better than what they gave her. Um, can I just actually leave like the run,
Could you leave it in the middle of it? I
or
think
do I
so.
have to like die to play? Well,
I don't know. I'm going to try to invite you again to the play session. I have the ability to invite you to the play session, and it specifically uses the world and the story state of the host for all players. Otherwise, all other progression, item unlocks, and hub functionalities operate independently as though we were playing in single player. So, if you have the
okay,
ability to
so
go to the fireplace that's in the first room, that is the online feature, and you should be getting an invitation to come into my world.
okay. Oh my god. Okay. Okay. I'm fighting the first boss. Okay.
Okay.
The lightning wizard dude,
Okay. Take your time.
and I think I wouldn't say I'm getting my ass kicked, but I'm definitely uh getting something happening.
He comes and goes. He comes and goes. He's licking
Okay.
all in my
And
eyes.
he's done. Okay. I think I
The
have to either complete my run or die before I can join.
if you if you get the items that come off of him, that is a part of the meta progression, which is the jewel image and then a soul image, then you can just leave the run and it'll cache it as normal. It'll cache out like normal. You just won't get the rest of the loot from the run.
Okay.
It's
Um,
this. It's the same as the first game. There's multiple trials, and then it goes to the combat trial for the Chaos Master.
okay, I think I did. So
Okay, let me try sending this again, and then let's see if it has Blood Wolf on the list now. Blood Wolf, Blood
now
Wolf.
join online game until you... Oh, I have to complete the run first. Okay.
Okay, let me try Blood Wolf then.
I chose Fire Wizard, but it was just because like it looked like the first one you should do, but I don't know about. I played the first game on a Switch and never really touched the Wizards of Legend franchise
Uh,
all too much.
Unlike the first game, the starting class of the second game is actually kind of pseudo-important. Because it actually gives you the first all basic starting arcana of that class, and these classes are not balanced in the way that they are made equal. So the water class has access to freezing, fire, burning, earth, better means of stunning, and air, a secondary form of stunning, but not as good. Uh, the water class is literally the best starter, because you can freeze enemies. And it has a neutral game, where you can be able to space and use ranged attacks, whereas the other classes are stuck either in very short range, medium short range, or medium long short range, with various caveats of defense and aggression. And you have to play a lot of runs to start getting access to unlocking their basic skills, because unlike the other game, you have a random option of them being offered to you after every run to unlock permanently, and they are not put together in a format where you can try and pick ones that you choose. It's literally by random, and it will frustrate you because you will very clearly tell some abilities just combo better with others, and some abilities from a raw state of activation are not as good as the others. But if it's making you play runs to get through, you'll probably have to complete your first run, and then you'll be able to come into multiplayer.
Okay, well I did die just now. Let's see. I dueled a wizard and I fucking lost because I didn't realize how much health I had.
Okay, let me try again.
Yes. Okay, now I can. I did choose fire because it did look cool. Am I able to swap over classes?
Yes, you can change your class.
No.
I know you have to do it in the other plaza, because this is the area where you get tasks, and it shows you the task that you have to do a run. It's simple stuff like push 20 enemies into spikes, play with 5 different medallions, play with a friend, open 75 chests, pop taffy on the first try, defeat 50 enemies using explosive plant hazards, hit 50 enemies with necrotrap homing projectiles and shit like that. That stuff is on that billboard over there. And then in the plaza is the testing area with the shit you have available to use. And then there's a relic bank, and then the guy in the top left with the book, the black guy that looks like he's your standard fictional fantasy black guy from every single thing ever, is the arcane mentor who sells the skills.
Before you head off,
and then you have to interact with the book to change your arcana.
It's a tribute to the old ways of combat.
So for example, Bending Torrent, which is a version of your starting Frost Arcana, is a projectile that attacks like a yo-yo. I happen to have a dash that comes from the Chaos Magics that acts as a projectile copy of myself, so when I dash, it throws the projectile copies into enemies like projectiles. I have the signature Dragon Circuit from Lightning that shocks on impact, and my standard signature arcana, or non-signature arcana, but the other side button active arcana, is Submerged Strike, which allows you to be able to use it as a means of going into the ground and submerging like Leon from Eternal Return. And then when you get done doing it, you submerge, or rather you emerge out of the ground, like so.
Gotcha. Okay. So change, make build. Okay. I do not have everything. And I need to buy abilities, right?
Mm-hmm. It takes some jewels at first to do it, but eventually you get there. But like, let me see if I can be able to do it here, because I'm trying to remember how to play the game after not playing it for a while. It is the case example that the stuff that I have is advanced, but it is much easier with Bending Torrent, for example, that it is just basically a constant spam attack. And Frostblades, this thing, it is much easier as a push attack that you can be able to chain it into pushing enemies in a certain direction, so that you can basically group them up, or something like the Water Torrent. and then use something like the dragon to pull them out, and that this works as a way to basically put the enemies in a state of crowd control that they can't easily get out of. Comparing this against something like Flame Strike, which you can charge it up to make it more effective, it is the case that some of these basic attacks just combo better. They have a lot better utilization. I don't think I have Element for Earth. No, I don't. But it's just the case example that something like Aeromancer's Grasp, some you can hold down the button and it'll autocast. Some you basically have to keep mashing, such as this lightning orb. But the melee skills put you in danger a lot more than the others. And
yeah, I see with the lightning on here.
Yeah, and the name of the game at that point is basically to try and put the enemies in a state of permanent stun lock, so they can't easily attack back.
Yeah, I figured from like that first run, I was like, okay.
So something like Bending Torrent is a good starter, because a type of finisher that works really well, especially when you get access to some other Arcanas that are like it, such as Frost's Scimitar. Being able to have a ranged attack that just constantly seeks new enemies and you don't have to move means that you can play better and safer at range. And you can just basically stand in the center of this area, and this auto attack just keeps searching for new targets, and you don't have to move. Whereas when I use my Frost Scimitar, it acts as a form of projectile, and I can just do this and remain safe. And then the Water Dive, it will allow me to do damage while not being targetable. And then I get to do this, and it's like, okay, enemies, try to do shit to me. Ha 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 ha. It can be very cheesy, depending on the skills and how they really work together. Some are easier than others. For example, the Frost skill. The fact that when you use this, it acts as a form of ultimate that basically locks them in place. When you use the signature, it has the ability to freeze them in place, so it acts as crowd control. And then using the ultimate, then it basically puts you in a form of an ice prison. And then explodes, and the enemy can't do anything about it. Like, you really can't beat that kind of crowd control in the start. Because getting to the end of the run is more important than being flashy and how you do it.
Yeah. Do we want to, like, get into a run?
Yes. I have to modify the thing. I have things on the run that are going to make it difficult. Monster Mash, you will heal by 20 every time you defeat a champion or boss, but enemies are protected by a shield, which makes them harder to defeat. Hazards do double damage, and enemies attack faster, attack more frequently, and with more ferocity. It's not that bad, but it is enough that if I felt concerned that you wouldn't be able to handle it, I would change them up. But if I go...
I forgot to mention when it came to... so... Oh, fuck. How do I say? I was going to mention with the Risk of Rain 2 DLC, it was called Seekers of the Storm. On console, what happened was if you plugged in a second controller, it could wipe your entire save.
Wow.
So that was a problem. The other element was the chef character was dog shit on release. Now he's okay. Best. All the maps are literally the exact same in every order, and it just felt very samey every run. The secret character was completely broken, and his animations were so out of place for a lot of people. All the items felt like they did nothing while also doing something at the same time. So that was there.
Okay.
Good job.
I have the thing upgraded. It's gonna be a dangerous run, but we'll try our best.
That's fine.
He's playing through the tutorial as well.
Okay.
Waterbender Carl, more like Backbender Carl.
Yay, gold. Oh, shit. That was my bad. What? Okay.
They do a lot of damage, like I mentioned.
Well, no, because I think it's a connection problem what happened.
Okay.
Or not connection, but like... I think what happened...
Am I able to revive you somehow? No.
I gotta find these green orbs, which... That fucking sucks. Hold on, I'm gonna see if there's any other on the map.
In the first zone, I don't think so.
God damn it. Okay. But no, I think it was like a, lag issue or whatever.
Okay.
Because, like, I was dodging out of it, but, like, my dodge would be delayed.
Now, this is a challenge portal.
I mean, we can do it, or do you want to, like, explore more before doing it?
If you feel uncomfortable with the amount of Arcana we have and want to try something before it, you can. Sometimes it really is like... It can be anything. It can be an easy one, it can be a hard one. This is a challenge. And now we get the ability to augment the Arcana with an additional effect.
Yeah, I got to that point in the first run.
Okay.
Right.
And then the vendor.
Shop.
I don't know if gold is separate. Try buying something.
Yeah, gold set. You have 122?
Yes.
You have 27 now?
No, I have 122, but the health potion is gone.
My first relic was
So the shops are shared, but our gold is not. Or rather, our gold is shared and we get income at the same time, but we can spend it separately and independently of each other. But whatever you take, that takes it away from the other person.
Okay, I see.
Now we could probably try this portal.
Yeah, let's do it. Okay. That was me being dumb.
And now this guy offers us the chance at cursed equipment.
Congratulations. Behold.
You have to take it because I'm dead.
Okay. So an example of what he has. I don't know if it shows you the screen.
I think it's
There are items called Crimson Clover. The critical chance is increased by 50% for you and enemies. Mordion's Necklace. Reduce any healing received by 20%, but you gain gold equal to the same amount that you lost. Magic Dice. Decrease your critical chance by 50%, but it increases again by 2% with every Arcana you cast, but it resets after dealing critical damage. Cursed Drum. Reduce cooldowns by 50%, but receive double damage. And Double Cestus. Your basic Arcana deals 40% more damage, but all other your damage sources are decreased by 25%. Usually, when dealing with cursed relics, you try to build a run around them. However, negatively bad downsides that give you a very hard start are things that are win more relics, whereas things like Magic Dice is a relevant neutral choice. In an independent run like this, I don't know if it'll affect both me and you or just me, but I'm thinking team-minded. Things like Double-Edged Cestus, you can make a basic build around it, but it's hard, because now you have to get basic Arcana power. And you're not always guaranteed to get the ability to get that in the Blue Crystal upgrades. Crimson Clover, critical chance isn't critical damage, but having the chance of getting crit 50% more is not that great. Mordion's Necklace is a no. Cursed Drum is a no. But Magic Dice, it and Crimson Clover are pretty much the neutral options here. So you have to value if you like doing damage with crits and you can deal with basic Arcana damage. So increasing the baseline of damage will increase the up tool, but your consistency is going to be more stable with high peaks that randomly will come through with multiple hitting attacks. Or give all of the enemies the ability to potentially crit you by 15% and just call it even. I think the best choice here is Magic Dice.
Summoning accident contained. Back to the board.
Well, at least I get to. Awesome. There we are. Okay, I'm back. Okay. So the cursed items remind me a lot of what the? Yeah, okay. That was a moment where it the attack like skill shot indicator for enemies didn't appear until like the attack actually like was made on your instance. Like
I'm back. Oh, okay. And okay.
That ent enemy is the fucking source of our bane here.
Yeah, and then also the
bloat flies that he's spawning.
Consider talking to me.
it's also the arena was dog shit with that.
Yep.
Okay.
That's why I wanted to tune it down. I'm not trying to like make you feel bad,
No.
but that's why I wanted to. That's why I wanted to turn off those modifiers.
I did say you could do whatever you need. I wasn't like saying that you had to.
No, I wanted to see if it was possible.
Gotcha. Okay.
So let's take it down to adept at best. Well, actually, elementalist. You
Yeah.
and this.
Was I shit, I had a... Oh yeah, the cursed items, they remind me a lot of what are called lunar items and Risk of Rain 2. Essentially, they have a good effect, but there's also a downside to it.
Oh yeah, it's a lot of them basically once you get enough basic items, you completely nullify the effect, or that you can basically, I forget which one it is. It's one of the things that doubles your damage but halves your health. You can get to a point where you can just basically keep stacking them to the point that it does not matter what happens to you because nothing can actually be able to kill you. I forget all the things in that game, but I very much do remember.
There's only so much you can learn, as you can. Now that you're
so
remember, if you encounter my tournament,
all of the DLC didn't add any new lunar items besides one, and it was only one lunar item that it added. What it added was, what is this? Because I can't access it yet.
This fireplace?
Yeah.
It's the co-op menu.
Oh, okay. I do like how it's a reference to Bohemian Rhapsody. That is very cute.
Okay, Master Wolf has finished the tutorial. I'm trying to pull him aside now.
Okay.
Here he is.
So... Alright. So... Oh, we're all red. But, the Seekers of the Void DLC added one, and the lunar item is all of the like scrappers get upgraded gear, upgraded tiers on average, but they can also be lunar items that it can be.
Smaller tasks that'll still help you reach
and that's it. And I think it's like called like a monolith domino or something. It looks like a domino item. Like that's what the item looks like. And that's basically it. But the Void DLC added a bunch of new Void or what is called Void items, which are a reversal of the effect of a normal item or something entirely different. So like Bustling Fungus is a basic item that when you stand still, an AoE heal gets shot out like from you, like as you're standing still. But Whistling Fungus is as you sprint, you gain health over time, like actively get healed. The community calls it Bungus and Wungus because I don't know, we're trying to be funny, I guess.
It's full of the same people who love movement shooters. There are lots of transgenders playing your video game.
Unfortunately, yeah. That's like the one problem I have. Like there is a like modded character called the Daredevil. Whatever is interesting, but like the developer put a bunch of trans flags over it. So it makes me like not want to play it because I'm like severely annoyed from it.
Many such cases. Okay, it is on an easier difficulty this time.
Okay. But then you have what's it called? You have here, I'm gonna try to destroy the monolith. There it is.
I keep thinking that fire eruption is something that the enemies are doing, but are you doing that?
Yes, that is our dash. Like, it leaves an after, like, pentagram fire thing.
Okay, now I can stop dashing away from that, because I thought that was enemy damage.
Nope. I thought so too, and then I, like, had to look down at my abilities, and I saw the same, like, icon thing. And we get 3. Oh, copy. Yay! All the relics melee.
Adrenaline
Got
potion.
voodoo doll.
I'm taking adrenaline potion.
I got. Okay.
But yeah, I'm familiar with it. I've played enough of it that I was able to win some runs against Mithrix, and then I was able to win runs against, like, the fucking... I forget what they look like. They look like voodoo dolls to me.
Dolls.
The collectors.
Oh, yeah, those things. That is like the scavengers, what they're called.
Yes.
The oh God, okay. Getting hit twice there, not so much fun.
Dragon egg. I forgot.
Good.
I did not read what that was.
I gotta, you can hit tab and read what it was. So I got dragon egg, which my ultimate spawns a dragon as a chance. But yeah, the scavengers, they if you have a certain item, you can fight them consistently.
Yes.
They're all named differently based on but they all effectively are the same. There's also the Voidling, which it's a boss. I guess that's how I can say it. Not my favorite boss, but oh shit.
We did not clear everything.
I think there's more of the map.
Yes, there's. We did not clear everything.
Yeah.
This works off of not Darkest Dungeon, Enter the Gungeon logic. You can open the map, and when you're standing on top of one of those teleport points, you can open it and then go to another teleport point. I think it's even possible for you to asynchronously clear things in other rooms, like we currently are.
Is that a modifier? The yellow, like, health? Is that a modifier?
Yellow health. That is an extra health bar.
The enemies.
That is an extra health bar.
Is that a modifier though?
It might be.
Just do 10% more damage. Ah.
This is an instance where we have to help this guy. I can't remember if it's a bet or if it is a wager.
You could walk away.
It is a bet.
Good shot.
We need to clear the enemies in less than 20 seconds.
Well, well.
Nice.
And our reward is we were given money.
Which we need to finish up.
There was a vendor that he discovered on the other room, and then there's the challenge room. And then there's another path that's unexplored as well.
Step right up.
So this is a offering. You can choose a relic and then choose a new relic. But we only should have access to 2 relics at this point, so your starter relic you could trade, or the relic that you picked up from the other room you could trade.
Nothing. Well, maybe you'll change your mind later.
There's always a vendor in one of these rooms someplace. And I'm going to go check what's on this path. It is a treasure chest room.
Not seen that in a while.
So there will be a translucent treasure chest somewhere, and you have to defeat the enemies nearby the chest to make it appear. And here's the other vendor. There is at least always one vendor, but you're supposed to be able to find the other guy as well. Let's see here, we've got the Tome of Undeath. You revive with 20% of your max HP at a cost of 200. Lucky Clover, increasing the chance of finding high-level arcana. Used Wet Soap, increasing your evading chance by 10%. The Djinn's Right Hand, which fights beside you, but it will not aggro enemies for you. And Zervan's Broken Crown, which will slow all enemies by 20%. I'm taking that. And I will probably take the used Wet Soap, but I don't think so. So probably Lucky Clover, actually.
If Esme offers to paint your relic, do
And
not
now,
indulge her. She'll damage it beyond repair.
I'm gonna just take the soap.
That's
the one.
Okay. And now we can go into the trial room.
Okay. I'll wait.
The important caveat that we have to deal with right now is that since I have access to freezing water arcana, when you hit them, they unfreeze. So if I freeze a group of enemies to crowd control them so that we can deal with the more important enemy, and you then use an AoE attack that basically unstuns them, you need to stun lock them before they're able to do whatever active thing they do. So projectile enemies are really fucking annoying, but so are stalker enemies. So I'm going to try to prioritize dealing with the threat, but I'll try to give you the space to do your job.
Okay. Oh no. Okay. Oh, nice. Alright. uh... 40... Honestly, out of all of these items, Oh, okay, someone took that.
That was not me. That was Blood Wolf. So whatever you end up taking, it removes it from the pool the same way for the other players.
Okay. Would we want to take Crimson Clover?
It can work. I don't know if it affects only you or it affects the rest of us.
Take it. See.
Okay. I suppose I can take Red Rusty Nail.
Go forth and show me what you can do with that.
Hold on, I'm gonna
cursed
look.
relic. I will be taking notes.
Okay, never mind.
Was that fast to look, or you don't know, or you didn't look?
No, it was like outside, and I was like, well, I saw it and heard it. I don't know if like it turned the corner or anything.
Oh, you mean a car?
Yeah, it was like an ice cream truck. Yeah.
Oh, I thought you said you were going to look up whether or not the items affected us or not.
No. My bad.
Well. And now for the Lightning Mage. This is a health thing. So it heals all of us.
Oh, okay,
equally.
so it affects us both. Okay.
Ha! Dead water are... Thunder! Let's do this.
Got it.
It's really important to remember that they do have phases and attacks.
So,
So, visual fidelity is going to become a problem eventually with all of our spells. But I know that you two probably have never played this game. I highly suggest learning their patterns.
Okay.
I'm not saying you shouldn't, but I'm just highly suggesting it.
Let's put that one. Okay, yeah, that's a lot more bigger. That's not a word. Yeah.
Now we kind of need to like salvage as much health because there's another mini boss that's going to come up before we get another healing room.
A lot bigger. That's the word I was trying to say. Oh, okay.
It spawned on top of me. I was not trying to do that intentionally.
No, you're good. I said, oh, okay. Like... Oh god. And...
Had to come in running like the fucking Avengers.
Yeah. Okay. Wasn't all that bad. But look, a new challenge room. Okay.
You're familiar with the term monster closet, right?
Kind of.
That was a monster closet.
Okay.
I can't tell the two of you apart.
I know, we're all red. We all went Fire Mage.
Ah, here we are. This fucking guy. So here's another challenge room over here.
Are you fighting? Oh, I think it's... yeah, he's dead. Okay.
I think it was Bloodwolf that was fighting.
Yeah, Blood Wolf.
We have to go to the room he's in.
Okay.
Now that's pretty silly. Of all the things you can do in a game, you let us go to separate rooms, but if he dies in a separate room, we can't do separate challenges without him? That's
so
pretty
you see those green orbs? Fuck. Okay.
Yes, I saw them before.
Okay. That's what down players have to grab to revive. So then, there he goes. Grab 2. Oh.
Ow.
I'm sorry. That was on me.
I was...
Apparently, I activate these things.
Yes. They are traps.
Well, no, like as like a downed player. That's...
Yes, it is very stupid. Like there's technical skill here, like a literal 1-player, 2-player situation, but it's dumb in the sense that it actually hurts significantly hard. Like that was 70 points off my health pool. And now the Arcana Merchant. Her job is to sell you shit, and unfortunately the only thing she's good for is getting another Arcana in your 5th slot. It is the case that she can sell standard Arcana that will have upgrades on them. And you can also be able to change out your active abilities, so like your basic standard passive. So sometimes they'll start with things that are upgrades. For example, her Gust Volley and Heavily Strikes actually have some starter upgrades on them. One is damage to afflicted enemies, another one is critical chance. The Fissure Slam and the Dragon Circuit has no upgrade, and the Earth Knuckles has no upgrade. But you could be able to change your build entirely around to suit the skills that you have, so you can make combos.
God.
I still haven't gotten to see
It's good.
Any of the council.
It's good to fill up your Arcana field as best as you possibly can. Having extra buttons to press is good. I think it's X, A, Y, R, B, R, T, and left T. My brain is screaming at me. There should be 6 Arcana slots. Ow!
There's...
I didn't press that button.
Ah, let me come down there.
Well,
we
might die because of whoever triggered that. Because I definitely didn't start that fight.
Well, that wasn't your personal best, but you...
It happens. Shit happens.
Rough. So you're definitely going to want to try and buy some Freezing Arcana.
Yeah.
Do you think it's... Before Madame Mulan brought me here, I spent most of my time alone.
Yes, I did. Okay.
That or Sunlocking Arcana. The Earth Arcana is good at doing that. Trying to find new basic attacks. That is a new basic attack, and so is that one.
Is it random what he sells?
Yes.
Oh god. Okay.
It's really stupid. I don't like it. But it's what they do.
You know, I am gonna get a new ult because the dragon one is not my favorite.
Out my tournament, keep it on the down low. Okay.
Actually, wait.
Mulan can't know.
That's a melee. Eh.
Melees can be good. There is an Arcana that I own, for example, that actually gives you healing upon melee attacks. Holy Sword, hitting enemies with a standard melee Arcana heals you. Healing is a dime a dozen in this game, but when you find it, it's exceptionally good, and you want to use it. In fact, I will even use Frostblades to show off the thing.
Call from Golden Net.
And as for
Hello. Please leave a
this,
message after the tone.
Dragon Circuit, Inferno Barrage, Volt Charge. So, alongside Freeze, there is also the effect of Volt. So Volt Charge here acts as a form of stunning. So when I throw this, this attack will electrocute them. So I could use this, and then do this, and all 4 of those enemies get stunned. And then when I use the upgrade, it shoots them out in a space like that. It works a lot better when you're on top of them, but things like that for safety can work out if you end up not having a very good signature. However, Ice Blast is just great because, again, Frost Tomb. Avoid damage, do damage to everything on the screen, make them go pop. There's also other ones that act in melee, such as Stone Strike. So basically, it's a kick. It applies an effect to the enemy called Fracture. So, when you do Fracture them, they will take damage when they move or are moved. This is best paired with melee skills. So if I kick him, and then I melee them, they're taking bonus damage every time I push them. That way, when you do things like the knock-up, that will help put them in a state of crowd control. And then his ultimate, it will act as like a AoE combined strike. And that final push with the kick, that allows you to put some things in a state of control. So if I'm in range and then close into melee and my Chaos Dask is doing its thing, I'm basically putting enemies in a state of lockdown so that if I were to basically crowd control them using the dive, those of you that have projectile damage can have an easier time locking them down. And then this pseudo groups them together and makes it easier for you guys to do your job. Sometimes it works well, sometimes it doesn't work well, but we're gonna try shit out. Synergy is not as important as efficacy here, because we gotta figure out how to not die.
Yeah.
Frost is definitely a way to go, it's just that it doesn't last forever, so we gotta try to diversify the effects. Another thing that it's really great at, pushing. If you can push those enemies onto those spikes, you can make them get affected by the traps. Because then you proc the enemy effect, and then they should take damage from it. It's best to activate it using an effect that puts you in a state of invulnerability, though.
I actually did get some survivability relics just now. While we were at the shop. Or
Okay.
not at the shop. I know, like, I probably should keep the one relic that's like, oh hey, increase your like base damage.
Increasing your base Arcana's damage, if it's basically all the same Arcana, obviously has a better return effect if all the Arcana is the same. I am going to take Mordion's gem.
Icy cold heart. Ice cold heart.
I see.
Sword.
We get offered different things, I see.
Mm-hmm. I think it's different with the cursed relics.
Maybe. I suppose. When they offer us relics in general, they should be offering us a pool of things based on what we have unlocked. That's what it said on the on the thing in the window.
Why pay for
No, merchant.
Imp's left hand, adrenaline potion, dagger of Midas, evading enemies, health, knight's bracer. Knight's bracer is not that important. I'm taking dagger of Midas.
Good business.
I'm taking the imp's hand. I'm assuming there's an entire series of relics based around hands.
Yes.
So it's like a minion build. That's cool.
Somewhat.
Ow.
Ding 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 ding. And now another wager. You have to be close.
What's more? Good.
Clear the enemies in less than 20 seconds. That was close.
A win?
Okay.
Wait, nobody was hitting that guy in the corner. There was 2 seconds left.
Oh, yeah. Fair enough.
So yes, even those heal points we actually get healing for too.
Gotcha.
And now this woman.
Arcana might not.
Stone shot. Inferno barrage. Lifting wind. Dragon defense. I definitely want dragon defense.
May your journeys be as exciting as
I'm gonna
your
get
Arcana.
the upgraded Inferno Barrage. Because I don't have an upgrade on my normal one.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
When it puts a card like that on the ground, another wizard can pick it up and use it. Now I have a form of defense for projectile attacks that also can double as a method of blocking projectiles and comboing the enemy when I'm attacking them. So now I have a form of permanent stun lock, which is great! Bead of Woe. This is a relic that reduces damage you take. I think even though I go in melee, one of you, if you feel like safety is more important, you should take that. I have a form of sustain and healing. You guys don't. I think Blood Wolf took it.
That's fine. I was just wondering, like, where you guys were. I was, like, fighting off in a different room.
This is a challenge chest. We need to do a certain amount of damage to it. And yes, the chest is casting Arcana at us.
I figured.
Thorny Fist Buckles. Killing enemy with a standard melee Arcana activates your rend effects. That is me.
Yeah, I was like, I don't have any melee.
This is where the benefit of diversifying comes in handy. Because there are, in fact, classes of Arcanas. This is a different challenge room. This is where the spell seller challenges us to an underground arena. And now we get a upgrade, similar as to when we hit other things. And then we leave. And then we go this way.
I already killed everything here. Not up until here. Yay!
And now we have the
This is the
Earthmaster.
Earth Mage.
They are still weak to their counter Arcana, by the way.
Okay.
They're weakened to it, and certainly they take less damage from the Arcanas of the same type, of the same strength, but they take damage regardless.
Your water arcana is useless against stone. Like confidence without resolve.
That is a drill attack. You do not want to get hit by that.
Let me guess, you can get stun locked?
Stun locked, and it's instantaneous damage. There is no counter for it. So you will eat the damage if you are not safe. So just like any other thing...
that wall attack.
So, like, what I was saying, that's, like, the main reason to learn the, learn phases and, attack windows. That shit. He's probably one of the more bullshit ones, because that fucking projectile takes up so much space in the arena that it's not funny.
Utilize this.
Yeah, I don't, like, the wall, like, the...
The moving wall, you can dash over.
Well, I did that, and I would get hit, so I don't know what the hell...
It's got a very weird timing. Basically, if it looks like it's walking into, you need to, like, pre-dash.
Okay. Yeah, with the way how the like net code is working, it's kind of hard to get that down.
Yeah, okay.
So I was like, it felt like either I would dodge it or I wouldn't dodge it, so I would be confused.
Mm-hmm. That is unfortunate.
Yeah.
Because that feels like that holds the potential of the opportunities back. Now my auto attack can freeze. We walked past the challenge room. I think we should probably get some health back if we're trying it.
Oh, I found a merchant. Here.
This is the Sanguinancer?
I can never have enough
Dr. Song that.
Yeah, you can donate. Oh. You can donate the Arcana to her, and I forget what she gives you.
Fuck it, I'll do it.
Blood will tell.
I think it's healing.
Oh. Healing, and I got a relic for it. Stays with you until you drop it. When dropped, it creates a healing zone that heals your other players standing in it. Okay. Well, I only have one fucking attack now. Really?
Yeah, it's one of those kind of win more things. Like, can you trade this in return for the positive effect? Sometimes very viable, very good. Sometimes not so much. Especially if your entire combo relies around a particular important skill. Like, I would not give up my Diving Strike, but I would give up my Dragon's Defense. Because while I can use the ability to block projectiles, I don't need to have it. But it lets me be a lot more uncareful. That's the ending.
Yeah, there's a little bit more.
And the other vendor. Permafrost Cube. Surrender one Arcana has a 20% chance to freeze enemies. This chance increases with each level of kill streak. Increase your max HP by 50. After taking a hit, a brief end window to heal 40% of the damage by attacking enemies. A harder shield that orbits and negates enemy projectiles. Basic attacks add a stackable buff that increases the damage of the next standard Arcana. This can work for melee or range, so I won't touch that until somebody else says that they want it. But for sake of healing, since I have the most healing effects, I'll probably let one of you take the max HP And I already have a form of negation for enemy projectiles, so if one of you want water cushion, I would suggest you take it.
Someone took that. Take the water cushion.
If we were gonna buy the HP, we probably wanted to buy tiny spirit leaf before we bought the heal.
Hmm.
Oh well. This and this.
Now, excuse me, I must
And
return
now
to
the only thing left
my
is the
taxes
trial.
on Nasruddin. His rates and added fees directly impact my prices each week.
So fun things that you can do when you have attacks that push is you can do things like kick enemies off the platform, if they're not an enemy that is basically grounded into the floor, such as those plants. You can attack them, you can push them, and you can push them in the walls, which creates an instance of damage called slams.
I saw that.
Thousands of years ago.
Sparnavac Magi, Cursed Spectral Hourglass, Cursed Drum, Sharpened Stylus, Tome of Concentration, and that's it. Tome of Concentration is Signature Arcana, dealing 30% less damage when not charged, but dealing 100 more damage when charged. This would be best on one of you two that has Ice Blast, so that your Frozen Tomb does 100% more damage while you stay remained and protected. It means that you reduce the damage of it as a active Arcana, but it becomes a utility Arcana to freeze people.
I don't want any of those, I'm gonna be honest.
It's okay, you don't have to take them if you don't want them.
Yeah,
Sharpened Stylus is really bad only if you're able to have a basic Arcana build that puts a lot of the power in the basic Arcana. And this is best only with melee Arcana. You can get away with ranged Arcana if they're very good, but most of them are not. Cursed Drum is really bad because taking double damage sucks, so unless you can turtle, it sucks. Cursed Spectral Hourglass destroys a standard Arcana every time you die, but you revive. So if you're in the back end of a run, you can deal with taking 1 or 2 deaths, it can work. Otherwise, probably don't.
Okay.
The only one that's...
Go here. Can I take a go pee real quick?
Yeah.
How wise of you.
The only one that I think you could probably justify taking is probably Tome of Concentration, but my character doesn't want to take that. The solid damage of the Y spell is actually a lot of the kit's opportunity. Under the sea, wouldn't they want tea, wouldn't they want me, wouldn't they want to pee? Yeah, it's just Tome of Concentration. The rest of these things suck. Massive donkey dick. So unless one of you want Tome of Concentration, we should probably skip these. Seems like a full skip then. And now, the bog fight. I highly suggest learning this enemy's attacks.
Yay!
You're beginning to realize why I like using water dive, aren't you?
Yes.
And this is Blizzard.
Hey, did you guys know I used to work at Blizzard?
Ice shards continuously rain in an area dealing damage, so it's like your basic ice storm.
Okay.
It does 40% damage to an afflicted enemy, and it will fill 16% of your signature bar every time you tap the button. It does not have to... Go ahead.
I was gonna... Okay, so I don't have, like, that type of ability, so I wanted to take it.
That's fine. When it says it fills on use, it doesn't mean you have to hit. It just means you have to actually press the button.
Yeah, no, it was just, It was... Do we get to choose one?
Yes. I think I have to make the choice, but it's a choice between recovering 20 health or increasing your max HP by 60.
Oh.
This is basically a question of can you avoid being hit, or do you need to immediately heal now?
Well, we can increase our max HP, because I just, like, healed everything up.
Okay.
Oh, wait, no, it's up. We can choose whichever one. Okay.
Okay.
Individually. Okay.
Learning. And now we're in
Yay!
now we're in the Earth Zone.
First game was pixelated, right?
Yes.
Like
it was not, it didn't have all this graphical fidelity. This is very much more Hades-like than the first game was Hades-like.
Yeah. I thought... Okay. Also, I like having both the ice and fire hands because it reminds me of an archetype in Yu-Gi-Oh! Called Ice and Fire Hand. One destroyed spell card, spells and traps, the other one monsters. They would summon each other.
It seems busted.
I know that gleam in...
There's
Nasruddin just...
They were good cards, not now. They used to be part of a deck called Hat. Where each was, what the hell? Okay. Okay, are they homing attacks? Because
I don't know what you're fighting.
these weird fucking things that shoot out a purple explosion thing.
Yes.
Okay, that makes so much more sense. Okay.
Those are vision traps. Zone 2 is where they start adding traps. That trap has a homing attack. This trap over here on this path is walk in front of the dart, get shot at by the darts, but you can run from them. And now I'm fighting in Elite.
Yay!
I know that explosion hurt.
Healing crit. Burn nearby enemies.
Ah, Red Katana Tassel. Any other relics that boost your melee arcana also now boost your projectile arcana. Holding 6 air arcana increases movement speed and evasion. All air arcana slows foes. Standard earth arcana has a chance to fracture enemies, chance increasing with each level of kill streak. Red Katana Tassel, please. Stone Strike, critical chance. Give me this. And now you went over here and found a chest. Increases your damage by 10 and an additional 10 for Arcana variants, which should work across elements, I believe. That's pretty much a toss-up for anybody. You do have a certain amount of slots for relics, and that slot number is 10.
Okay. You don't want to take a Blood Wolf? I'll take it. Okay, he took it.
And then there was another Mortician room, and then there was the Relic Merchant. Crimson Blade, increased critical damage by 25, and damage scales with the number of Fire Arcana you own. Ashi Dakana's Eye, your dragons deal 25% more damage. Executioner's Axe, after killing an enemy, your next standard Arcana deals 20% more damage. Soul Medallion, killing enemies using your signature Arcana's ultimate increases the ultimate damage by 2. This is something that works well with things like Ice Blast, especially if the form of the signature's ultimate form can be a global. So using it with the Ice Tomb is going to increase your damage by a significant large magnitude. Significantly so.
I took the Crimson Blade.
Okay. And then there's a challenge room over here in this room.
Okay, I'm not donating that.
Careful.
Tome of Concentration again. Large red button. Max HP is decreased by 30%, but you are fully healed at the start of each level. So it only decreases your health once, but you will always be fully healed by the next of each level. Mordon's Necklace again.
I'm gonna take that because I have like a lot of HP itself, so.
Okay.
So I can sacrifice.
Kaveth's Hammer, basic Arcana deal 35% more damage while all other Arcana are on cooldown. Your standard Arcana cooldown is also increased by 30%. This is one of those melee build ones. And yeah. So Zervan's Diadem does in fact mean everyone moves 20% faster, which includes enemies. Again, this is one of those situations where unless one of you takes Tome of Concentration, you basically want to skip the rest of these. Sometimes there is a benefit to moving faster, but I would not suggest increasing the speed of the enemies when we already are at a point where we need to where we need to. We already saw that. Yeah, we already saw the exits this way. But we do not want to take that in a situation where you are still learning the attack phases of the game.
Oh, I didn't even see. Oh, god damn it! I was too focused on the enemies. I should have been focused on the way how the arena is. Because I dodged immediately in there trying to use my fucking goddamn it.
There's another one right here. You don't see the green orb?
No, it's only for player instance.
Okay.
It's really weird. Yeah, no, it was those enemies. Like, I was, like, literally dodging out of them. But they somehow were still... Okay.
Yep, that's all. When it comes to those types of traps, you have to dodge immediately as you cross in order to not be hit by the spikes.
Gotcha.
And now to the Ice Witch. She also too has a dive attack that puts her invulnerable, so be careful.
You think that water arcana can help you withstand the cold, Snowflake? I'll freeze you solid.
I didn't even see the... Essentially, sentries. Shit, Jesus.
That would be the dive. When she's doing this attack, she's following the main person. Don't overlap on each other. And the Claymore, you have to basically time your dodges.
Shit. You can do this, Wolf.
Get up.
You can do this.
Ask Madame Mulan for a better relic. One that
Yes.
can't die
So,
without pour your skills.
learning phases. Very difficult, very hard, especially when you sing it for the first time.
Yeah.
It's gonna come with time and practice. That is probably the only one that is the most punishing when you do not know what she's going to do. Because since you didn't know what to do and you were panicking, it's like, well, it's time to eat all this damage you're trying to run from.
Yeah, also, I think I'm gonna head off.
Okay.
I'll be back. Because I'm getting hungry.
Okay.
So I'll see you guys later. Have fun!
Defeat Baldur with a friend. Enemies into walls and objects.
Hieronymus has apparently started taking his crow on walks. Or would it be flies? I've always loved birds. I wonder if he'd let me take.
Frost Queen Anahita's a...
And this is Inferno Beam, Flame Breath, Lightning Spear. This is a standard. Frostwing. Flame Breath, Ice Spear. Dash, 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 dash. Tetra Fortress. Dragon Defense. And I think that's all the ones went by there.
These days.
Tear Stone, increase damage by 20 when HP is below 50. Add 50% chance to evade fatal damage. Standard Air Arcana has a chance to slow enemies. Revenge effect to explode and shock nearby enemies. Gain a shield that freezes nearby enemies on being hit. Buy Tear Stone just to do so. And Rogue's Boot to get movement speed. And Red Tassel. And that's all I can buy.
Me. Why can't children be as easy to comprehend as relics?
Standard Melee. Standard Lightning. Water effects. Movement speed. Boosting melee to boost projectile. I don't want to give up the Holy Sword healing. The Holy Sword healing was really keeping me healthy and topped up. But I can go without this, and I can get a different signature Arcana. However, it probably means I'm going to have to give up the standard Arcana. Yep. I want a projectile, but unfortunately a projectile Arcana is not in the hands. Could probably get away with Dragon Circuit. It's not as strong. What I want is to push. Then again, I could just use Impaling Drill. Yeah, let's do that for lockdown. Come on. Casting Standard Lightning Arcana, Imp's left hand. Deal more staggered enemies. Staggered enemies, please. ding 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 ding. Ah, it's standard melee Arcana. This is a wager. There's a chest here. That is me. That is me all day. And then there's a wager around the corner. Let's teleport right here. Yes, this is melee.
Let's see. Good shot.
And this is clear like the wind.
A win?
Very close. Very, 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 very close. Also, accident. Okay. The thing that you want to keep in mind is you want to understand that they're going to dodge and then they're going to attack. You don't want to start committing to an attack until you know what they're doing. And there's also a rhythm. And unfortunately, we got knocked up for them.
Crafting a truly good performance takes
I can't think about where you are and where I am at the same time without also thinking about how he's attacking this. My one caveat downside, having to account for other people. It's okay. Mistakes like that happen. That time in that fight, instead of fighting enemies in the arena, we were fighting the arena master.
I think if
And then whenever we complete something in a run, you can come here to the board to cash out the gems.
But a part of me feels guilty. There's
still standing, eh? Dashes, dragons, dashes, berserk. I keep trying to skip these Dragon Arcanas because I do not like them. In flame breath, used originally by wheeled dragons, it's also a good fire starter.
Yeah, just it exudes a cone. And then the effect upgrade is a bigger fire cone. It's controllable, but it's very, very bad. Controllable, yet very, very bad. Let's return to Ice Blast. And we can attempt to go again. Because right now it's 7:08. I literally cannot make her dinner because she demanded to have something that she wanted purchased for her. Stress. Stress, 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 stress. We increase movement speed, burn nearby enemies. Melee Arcana has additional crit rate. Hello, Melee Arcana. And a fortress of solitude. Watch me walk around the room. I am a man of the people. Watch me ding-a-lang-a-lang in the bass. Cause I am an N-word. I am. Trying to come to you. Okay, you already got it. There's a merchant in the top corner. There's an Arcosm crystal here. Afflicted. Crit chance.
As a...
What do you have in here? Imp's left hand. Hello, Soul Medallion. into my pocket. Double any damage use. Reveal
That
the
relic
relics.
is practically an investment in
If
your
you don't
future
already
glory.
have a strong
And
damage
naturally,
relic, you'll
my
want that
own
mirror.
fortune.
And thus the stacking begins. Or rather, I should say the stacking continues. I'm going to teleport to that chest. Okay, that's a locked one. I'm going to teleport to the fight you're in. Then here's this guy. Oh no, you got killed. Bullshit. Let's teleport all the way down to the challenge room. I love when I take free damage when I get button locked out, Carl said, lying at the top of his lungs. I love taking free damage for no fucking reason. I love not being able to dash. Hello, game? This guy was moving in fucking molasses. I'm having all the health to having no health.
I collect cursed relics.
Large red button. Pact of Blood. Less Arcana. Reduce basic Arcana damage, but decrease standard cooldown. Sharpened Stylus.
I find that failure teaches me more than success.
Pact of Blood, maybe. Down to 80 HP. And then to the exit. So as you have a chance to get here. This was not a golf with your friends night. Out of the loop. I said I was going to be trying something different, but I don't know where you disappeared off to, Fancy Pants. So I had bought copies of this game extra, and I was waiting for you. And when you didn't come back, I didn't know what to do other than to continue forward with who was here. So when you get in this room, I can be able to talk to you more directly. .63 HP on Airmaster.
Whoa! Throwing a water arcana into my hurricane won't freeze the storm. Let the flow take you.
I forgot that attack does that. Fuck me.
My role is to slice through the trial's chaff like a biting wind.
Penis. Alright, I need to address something with my parent real quick, so I'll be right back. Just give me 1 second. Okay. My toe hurts really badly. I hate that my toe hurts really badly. Okay. Ready. Alright.
One day, I'm tired of just studying arcana theory and history. But that's all I can do. At least for now.
Projectile. I can't believe that Ice Blast is considered melee.
Are you impressed?
Flame Fan. Hitting burning enemies with a standard air arcana creates a fire wave. Killing an enemy reduces cooldown of random arcana. Evade chance. Evade also triggers revenge. Water shield. Slowed enemies with standard water arcana freezes. Let's buy the cheap one. Attacking slow enemies with water arcana freezes. Versus the axe. Water cushion. And frozen with lightning, dealing massive damage. Certainly you can get away with that, but it comes the consequence of not having the ability to avoid damage. Boom, 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 boom. Receive less damage if kill counter is above 1, holding 6, killing enemies with standard activates revenge. You're going to want to master using an arcana to not let melee enemies like that walk up to you. The small boulders can be knocked off their axis and forced to take drop damage. Basically, opening up with a standard arcana is better than opening up with a basic, unless the basic is a ranged attack. But usually it is almost always better to use your standard signature. Basically, whatever attack best helps you open up on the enemy, actually. Is what I'll actually suggest. Like, my dash has damage, so if I can dash into the enemy and avoid taking damage while dealing damage, I will do so. But because I have my dive attack, I probably use that more often than not. But if there's a group of enemy in front of me and I have the ability to freeze them solid with the Frost Wave, I'll definitely that instead as well. That's the Arcana guy. Here's the challenge room. Wet soap. And now you're up there. Okay. So the challenge is back here, which is closest. I suppose I should check out the merchant in case there's something that I should want. Because if you end up dying outside of the challenge room, you're not going to have a chance to buy things. Pit stock contract. Putting 10 enemies into pits will reward you with 200 gold. Yes. Fist of the Magi. Basic Arcana by 15. No. Revenge. Shoot 5 homing projectiles. Yes. And pit stop contract. Yes. There's another revenge burn nearby enemies, but don't think we're going to get the money to afford that from the challenge room. Push enemies into pits is not that fucking hard. Alright, challenge room time. Blah 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 blah. There's 3. Be fair careful. I'm trying to push these things into pits. Bouncing balls are very dangerous because they will fuck you up. There's 1. So the bowling balls, you do not want to do what you just did there. Those can be pushed into pits with melee arcana. The best thing to have done was to have freeze them and push them, because that would have gone towards pitfall. You didn't know. Receive less damage? No. 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 Melee crit chances tripled, but you are more vulnerable and receive 50% more damage. No. This can work out, kind of. Might as well. We're close to death.
Judgment.
Might as well risk it for the biscuit.
I hope you know what you're doing with that cursed relic.
Sucks to lose that much health from 200, but it is what it is. You didn't know pushing enemies into pits is faster than trying to deal with their entire health bar. Mistakes get made. But now we have to play very careful on him. Think of it this way. When you end up making mistakes like that, it makes the run end shorter, which means you get to try again sooner. Which means you get to play more game.
You got another thing coming if you think you'll outperform me, kid. Let's do this. Thunder. Let's do this. Let's do this. Show's over already? Man, my ancestors
Consequences.
in the land of lightning could keep shredding head to head for hours.
Don't think we got huge. No, wasn't
Being
it?
unable.
Nope.
I like to think the task board is the glue that keeps the Trials mansion running. Even if people butt heads, at least they all can agree on assigning contracts.
Discipline.
Tiny Spirit Doll. Increase your Arcana to 10, but even Earth Content for health. No, no, no. This is air damage.
You've unlocked Rudra's pinwheel. I assume you're preparing to bring on the storm.
And wait.
I gotta go do something. I'll be back in like 30-ish minutes or so.
This is the first time I have ever heard your voice. Okay. Take your time. There he is. So were you ever going to come into the room, or...
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was about to pass out and such because of all that, or the unexpected shoveling.
So you got sidetracked.
Yeah, the snow that blocked the driveway and such was a lot heavier than I thought.
Okay. What's the code here? Let's click there. My thing never arrived from my support. So I need to go and contact the support staff about where that deal disappeared to. My cart, English, wish list, Notions, gift card deals. Where is support staff? Support request. sent order confirmation email. PayPal. Order received by purchased key. Okay, need to open up my PayPal. Do. Ship D2. Yep. Yep. This game LLC, and then Gamerzal FCO. Legend 2. Yes, indeed. Picture. Invoice ID 15. It's 13. Yep. Okay. There it is. 15 versus 13. Okay, payment last code February 27th. And then payment code for this. Never received. And then here. Never received. What's this one? Never received. They even charged me extra pennies for that first one. That's bullshit. Alright. Excuse me. Submitted request intentionally, and now I have to wait. Into my butt, they will hit me like a flood. Fuck it in and fuck it up. It's alright to know if you know what's going. If you hate it, you feeling all of the run. I feel the it's unnatural. I figured out what happened. It sent it to the other thing, I think. Okay, I know what happened. I'm going to do this. That's a fault on me for not checking the ones I used. Okay. I feel silly now. It sent it to my first email instead of my other email.
Alright, there we go.
That feels silly. Okay, anyways, I just gave you one of the first 2 codes from the first shipment that I purchased.
Alright, or the first one worked.
Yes. And now I need to go find someone to give the second code. A second. Who wants what's in my pocket?
Is it a penis or is it
no?
Bill's
Carl. No, answer the question. Who wants what's in my pocket?
Carl.
Yes.
Who wants what is in your pocket?
In my pocket.
I don't know what's in your pocket. Yeah, fuck it, I'll take it. Free stuff.
So that's a yes?
I guess.
Okay.
Okay, here you go.
What is it?
Here you go. Merry Christmas. It was a code for Wizard of Legend 2.
Well, that's very kind of you, Carl. I didn't know what it was going to be. Obviously, I don't need a game. I won't play it anyway. So I'm glad that Skaven gets it.
Okay. I ended up. I realized what happened earlier when I was doing it. So right now, gaming night is running, and I was wondering where everybody was because I mentioned that it was 4 o'clock. Bill Scur said he couldn't come, so Reflex and I were here with Master Wolf. And right for this exact moment, I am broadcasting, but I'm only in here to give you this code. So I purchased 2 shipments of 2 codes from Loaded, formerly known as CD Keys. The first shipment went to my first primary email. And then when I realized I wasn't logged in and when I made that purchase, I made the second one and it went to the properly registered email. And I just wrote a support ticket that's probably going to get rejected because of the fact that it was not sent to the correct email. But I discovered that it was sent to the first email, so I actually have the 4 keys that I paid for. Handed one to the 2 of them that were with me. I just discovered the mistake that I made and sent the other one and gave the other one to Master McFancypants. And I figured, fuck, I don't know what to do with this other one. Granted, these codes are only worth $1.08, so it's not like I lost a massive amount of money, but I don't like holding on to codes with no idea what to do with them. So I just walked in here and said, the first person who says they want what's in my pocket gets it.
Nice.
Well, there you go.
All right.
There you go. Good stuff.
Okay, I'm leaving
Very
now.
kind, Carl.
You're welcome.
See ya.
That solved that problem. Oh, I'm itchy. My face is itchy.
Alright, well, it's almost halfway completed.
We ended up doing something different because I said I wanted to try and do something different on the Friday nights. So I was talking to them earlier. That's why we hadn't been immediately live at 4. We were in here at 4, but I didn't start the broadcast at 4. So I figured if you weren't in here at that time, and then when you said you were going to come in and that you were going to eventually arrive, that you must have either been sidetracked or something more important happened. I didn't know you caught the itis.
Well, at least that stuff's out of the way now.
Until we go, until we till I can't go. It's unnatural. You belong to me. I belong to you. The question here is, how the fuck did it put in this wrong fucking key? That's the part I don't understand. I didn't put in my first email. I didn't put in the Mr. Random email. By the way, I should have gotten something back from them. Unless I didn't. No, I guess I'll wait.
I'm definitely going to have to leave this downloading overnight. Or the rest of the stuff. The Wizard Legend stuff's almost done.
Did send me a message. Orders, coins, payment methods, promotions, gift cards. No. So I guess they send you something from the other place and they have to send it to your fucking email when you get a support staff ticket. That's whatever. Anyways, that's taken care of. Ouch. Storefront key sites. So fun. So interesting. Anyways, yes. We opened the evening with Wizard of Legend 2. And I got to hear Master Wolf's voice for the first time. It was magnificent. He's a nigga just like us.
Yeah, I was about to say, almost I heard something for a second there until I got to the party.
And this game is very unforgiving. Fuck me, I forgot how unforgiving it is. They really do make you learn the attack phases of these bosses, and if you don't master it properly, you will feel the consequences for sucking massive donkey cock.
I'm probably gonna sink like an anchor in a few moments. I'll leave that pause for now, and okay, it's done now, Molly.
I need to find something that's better for that layup. Because I want to use Fracture. I feel like I need some lightning. JT coming, JT coming, JT coming, JT coming, JT coming, JT coming. Now, it ain't right. You nothing big is fucking you. Ain't nothing but the wrong you. Slam efficiency, fireball. Didn't I get the foot? No, I did not get the fists. I saw it and I didn't choose that option. That's what happened. This really looks better with melee attacks. Lightning Spinner is considered a melee attack. Gonna be able to get away with this. I think I should. It just works way too well.
What type of element did you all pick?
I forget what I started with, but I think I originally started with the Fire Arcana. However, the Arcana that you end up choosing as your starter is going to be very important, because that's going to give you the majority of the starter Arcana of that type for all of your first 4 slots. So be very, very, very decisive about what you choose, because it's going to be
lightning.
Okay, because it's going to be very, it's going to be very aggressive based on what you choose.
I'm sure nothing bad will come out of it.
You might say that now. Let's see here. Running enemies with standard air arcana. Standard air arcana. Attacking frozen enemies with a lightning arcana. Yeah, that doesn't seem so good. Burning Great Waves. Burn damage effects in the area around the target. Unfortunately, we have to take a run without you, because in order for you to get into a multiplayer instance, you need to do the basic tutorial.
I was on a phone call. What did you say?
You're going to have to play the tutorial run in order for you to be able to connect to the multiplayer session.
Oh, okay.
Hurl lightning sphere, make target airborne. Ride a bolt of lightning. This is the one that says teleport. Yes, that's the one that lights lightning. Well, X is a good form of crowd control. Let's freeze enemies with this. Conjure tunneling dragons to push them away. Fissure slam. Dragons are bad here. This is whip damage. This is the Chaos Dragon. This is one that wants to revolve around dragons. So this one will probably go here. As if I want to take double dragon. Dragon Ball Z, dragons. Nope. Negatory. Probably easier to find high level Arcana with a Clover Ring. I'm gonna end up taking a more ranged approach. throw the button spinner. Because if it's not burn. I don't know what it is. Certainly this is melee. Yes, it is. Can't be bolt. Needs to be something to engage at distance.
Step onto these stones and with a touch of someone. Hey, I've had some enhancements and color on that button.
He did, in fact, leave the session.
I'll make this stop.
Not coming either. I'll do some runs while you're still going through the tutorial. Or attempt a run is the better way of saying it. Slow on damaged enemies. Pinata! Love to your stone.
Got an
Archery. Seismic quake. Additional damage on damaged enemies. Stone shot. Sir. Fissure bash. Tearing whirlwind.
I saw Alethea practicing Arcana the other day, all alone. Her dedication is honestly inspiring.
Welcome home. What you're doing, use me as a training ground. I've got a surprise for you.
Thick goggles.
Is that the...
And I can't buy anything here because I already bought shit.
Nothing caught your eye?
Nothing particularly interesting.
I think I got to the point where I could access only now.
Okay.
I'm not sure if that means I can exactly get the invites, but I could definitely start it.
I will invite you, don't worry. I should have you on my internal friends list. Yes, I do. So there should be a pop-up that comes up.
Yep, there we go.
But one. Yes, sweetheart, you're outside?
No, I was just letting you know I was on the way.
Okay, I saw your messages. I know you're on the way.
No, I wasn't on the way. I'm on the way now. I just left I just picked up.
Oh, okay. You were getting him though. I see. I thought you already had him.
No. Anyway, I'll hop back in chat when I get there. I love you.
I love you too.
And hello, Master Wolf. Hello, Fancy Pants.
Hi.
Try sending it again. Did it come up? I'm also going to try to re-invite Bloodwolf, just in case he's back, but he's physically not away. There should be a pop-up that's coming up that is giving you the opportunity to come into the play session.
Okay, there. Okay, there we go.
Gems. Max health, signature gain, evade chance, crit chance. Move speed, healing received, crit chance.
I'm a talking mirror, the one that whispers truths about your death.
Shift, damage.
Each carries its own story. But we warn, only one medallion may grace your presence.
Look at the Esme says each brushstroke speaks to the elements. I'm pretty
So
sure
basically, when you're in a co-op session, the game will use the active difficulty and rune settings of the host, but all other progression materials will work independently. So the runes that I currently have slotted in are going to be slightly easier to work with than the other ones. It just means that we gain more chaos gems. It's in the medium level, so it shouldn't be that difficult, but it can be sucky should be difficult for you learning, and the learning curve can be very steep.
Okay, then, yeah, I was starting to feel that with that boss fight that it was showing off at the beginning.
Did you see the spark array arcade?
Although I more was caught up by the fact that it kind of didn't, like, it didn't kind of give me any warning before it just immediately started after the dialogue.
Yeah, they kind of just put it straight up your ass.
It was just like, oh yeah, just take this constant AoE. It was like, oh okay, I got like about half health and such, so okay.
Now, it is possible for you to actually run across the map asynchronously, but there are certain encounters that we have to take that will actually require us to start them only when the players are together. We're full HP, that's a healing orb.
Oh, okay.
Only one of us has to touch it. It'll pick it up and apply to everyone. This is a helicopter. The choices that you make are independent for you and yourself. There are certain instances, though, when we pick things up that we will be offered different choices.
Okay.
This is an enhancement arcana. So those 5 circles on the ground, those are teleport pads. They operate on enter the gungeon logic. So you could have teleported here instead of walking here. But to leave this area, we have to be standing on top of that door. Any door that transitions to another area requires that. That also includes challenge doors.
Right. I didn't. I kind of walked back over before I saw the teleporter that was up there.
My parent.
Seer, vendor. Extra damage after charge, casting charged ultimate. Standard. Ryan's right hand. Undamaged enemies take double. Health. Best thing here is that. And
now that's a profitable partnership. To your future wealth and victory.
This is a different arcana. You get to trade in arcana for him to choose from, and you get to choose a new one to replace it.
Does Madame Moulin regret adopting me? She signed custody over to Surgic so fast. Surgic says, of course she cares, but he'd say that no matter what.
And this is a challenge door. And this is the Nox Unfortunate, who is the Curse Item Vendor. I'm going to take Overloaded Orb.
I've observed many wizards of legend over the years.
Oh, okay, it's one for everyone.
It's one choice out of the pool. Once I pull out of the pool, I get to have it, you can't, and whatever's left is what you get to grab.
Alright then. I'll go for Global of Magi.
You are allowed to skip if you don't think that there's something good there for you.
Yeah, but I was mainly trying to take advantage of the berserk damage and such. Like, I was mostly wanting to be a dash spammer.
You got another thing coming if you think you'll outperform me, kid. You'll never find me. Let's do this.
So, learning the attack combos and attack phases is important. And when he's hyper-focusing on a target, whoever he's focusing is going to take the brunt of the damage. So if you know that you're being focused, you want to be smart to pull him away from the group. And then do damage to him.
Oh, you mean like that chain lightning spike? Or that lightning trail that he was doing? That was chasing after me?
Yes, any and everything.
Oh, okay.
Ultimate galvanizing. Oh, I'm actually going to be zacking upwards. Shot the rope ultimate. Ranged objects get killed first. Wadwam. So you're here?
Yes, baby, we're outside. I don't have a chance to say it yet because he gets mad if I howl with him.
Okay, I'll be right there. You don't have to follow me. You can be able to clear the rooms asynchronously, remember? But it is important to remember where I am. So if you're alone and you're being overwhelmed, you have to know if I'm halfway across the map or not.
My paintbrush.
Right.
You'd be surprised what kind of customized arcana people pay chromomancers for. The most commonly requested is one that washes dishes.
See if I like this ice blade for now, but I'll probably switch back.
It can be okay.
Feeling
Anchor of Burden. Standard Earth Arcana's chance to fracture enemies. Spike shields, projectiles, used web soap, Mirror of Constitution.
Ah,
this is me.
Another relic finds a deserving owner.
This is an arena. Fortunately, that attack I just had trivialized this room. Sometimes it's not that easy. Sometimes the enemy is the boss that's standing on the corridor on the top of that ledge. And he is just as difficult as the other ones, and he will fuck you in the ass. And now for another boss. I highly suggest paying attention to her attack phase. What'd I say?
I immediately regretted that. Oh, I know I'm definitely not going with that ice sword later. Unless I get an upgrade for it.
I have an item that's giving me healing on melee arcana, and because every single part of the electric damage of my certain melee arcana is giving me a lot more DPS, I am getting the advantage from using it. Ow. that is a standard melee Dragon Arcana that does a push of water damage. Would you like it?
Oh.
And in this room, you get a choice between extending your health bar or recovering your health bar. And yes, they are using the exact same color beam as they do on Hades.
Okay, I'll definitely need some recovery.
Alright, what time is it? It's 8:40. I need to go get food for my mother. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go back to hub. Unfortunately, this is going to end the run. Which sucks because this is the beginnings of a very good run, but I have to do my job. I'm going to let you play with impunity. Because I have to drop from the multiplayer session. You project your game to the inside of the server. I'm gonna put that up as the projected screen, and that way you guys can be able to play while I'm away. Okay?
All right.
Because now you should be able to invite Master Wolf into an online session and vice versa.
One of these days, then nobody will ever make me.
There you go.
For collecting enough chaos, with enough in hand, I'm ready to.
Alright. I will be back as soon as I can be.
Eager to get going? Before you do, I just want to say I'm proud of the strength and courage you're building. After all my time mastering new arcana, I realize one truth. Power alone isn't enough. To become Wizard of Legend, you must embrace the essence of each battle as it unfolds. Remember, your path is clear. Become the Wizard of Legend.
But Hieronymus stands at the end of this journey.
And only the worthy will face him and survive. Defeating him is no small feat.
The relics you might have discovered in the trials, remnants of a time when magic thrived. Now, as they fade, these relics are our last link to the ancient powers.
Every relic. If you have any complaints about my relics, feel free to shop elsewhere. There isn't another relic shop? Well, that's a you problem, isn't it?
The name's Farron. May your journeys be as exciting as your arcana.
Ah, another wizard seeking to become the wizard. I'm trying to practice some of the skills he's taught me recently. Who better? No shame in waiting for the right... Ah, I'm... Excellent.
Fire beasts don't hold back, and neither. You fell and are heading back to the Trials Mansion. Can you tell Hieronymus something? Again, the answer is no. He cannot borrow one of my phoenixes.
Courting chaos. Haven't talked to Mulan yet? Relics are her thing. Without them, your arcana's like a stage with no lights. Just keep your focus. The Arcana will...
Hey, couldn't resist seeing you in action.
Alethea, you shouldn't interrupt.
All right, I'm out.
Breaking these stones releases chaos gems, the essence of all magic in Lenova.
Use them wisely. They're your fuel for the trials.
Sergique may... None of the Council of Six has stopped by my shop yet. Put in a good word for me, will you?
How's the adventure? In a few years, I will have traveled far away from here living my dream. I bet you'll have reached your goals by then too. We can meet up and swap stories, huh?
Ha! That water arcana might splash, but mine will leave you. Let's do this. Let's do this. You call that a battle? Make some more noise next time, or don't bother trying to dominate my stage.
I see you're fond of the Battery of Tanaris. It's said that relic comes from a distant desert under a cloudless... Alethea confuses me. Why can't children be as easy to comprehend as relics?
You're back. I see frost blades available now, huh? That arcana started as simple icicles before getting refined.
I saw you in the mansion. Let's see how you handle the trial's shifting rules.
Careful, Nasruddin. This one's sharper than you think.
Under your hand, Nasruddin, the trials are always fair, but never easy.
Arcana come in. So many funny colors to blend, so little time.
You think that Wind Arcana stands a chance against my mastery of air? Respect your elders. The wind bends but never breaks. Whoa! We stand as guardians of the trials, and yet the council is still incomplete.
Ah, a curious soul approaches. Do you see me, wizard? Or do you see only? Of course you see me. Before you stands a choice, a medallion. Each carries its own song, its own story. But be warned, only one medallion may grace your presence at a time. With Chaos Gems and determination, more medallions will reveal themselves as you journey onward. But know this, medallions alone cannot save you in the trials anymore.
Still standing, eh? With Aeromancer's grasp, let the Arcana carry you to your foes. Focus your mind, and start striking.
The battery of Tanaris. I expected Surgic to have strong opinions on relics, but he...
I've been For now, your reach is limited to positive Remember, Arcane Chromo fuels the Nexus's evolution. Seek it out in your adventures and you will find its capabilities expanding far beyond your current understanding. The trials are only as limitless as our ambitions.
Esme made herbal tea to help me sleep, but it gave me the weirdest dreams.
Arcana is great. My long-standing relic supplier has fallen in quality lately. Don't worry, I am taking care of it as we speak.
Oh, that tiny spirit is in trouble.
Try to save it if you think you have the power.
Air-based arcana may move swiftly, but they hold no real weight. Yeah. Treat this chromo like a precious stone with a soul. It says, strength lies in one's foundations.
Hello there. I am Prince Veridus. I mean... You have a good day now. Is that how shopkeepers are supposed to say goodbye?
I'll reward you if you can overcome this swarm. You have passed my test. Gold star.
Mulan in. If you've got coin to spend, I've got relics to lend.
Whenever Arcana fail you, spend Arcane Chromo at the Trials Mansion to overcome that failure.
I have returned. I had to go on an adventure, but I'm back now. Are you guys here? No? Okay. Well, suffice to say, I think we can pack it in here. Certainly tonight was different. Fortunately, the game in question that I wanted to get for everyone to play together, at least for part of the night, was inexpensive. I'm sorry that you got taken off your, taken out of your way tonight, Fancy. But it is what it is, I suppose. I will just end the event tonight, I suppose, and I will see you all tomorrow. Hopefully I have all the material together I need for the cult creator. Goodbye and good night, everyone. Goodbye and good night.